Alright, what's up everybody? I'm Brooke. There's gonna be a lot of time to talk about the game and stuff once we get into it. So I'm just gonna count down in 3, 2, 1, go. Alright, so this is Mother 3. First thing I have to do is the most technical part of the run, which is naming characters. I'm gonna go with the standard 1 character names, because that's fastest. Obviously you want to set the text to fast and window to grape, because grape is objectively the best one, and we can be on our way. So this is Mother 3, the sequel to Earthbound, that never came out outside of Japan. So I am playing on the English fan translation. Specifically, I'm playing on the 1.2 English fan translation. There is a 1.3 version of the fan translation, but I'm not playing on it for reasons I will get into way later in the run. They don't matter right now. So yeah, this is Mother 3. As you can see by my estimate, this one's really long. 7 hours, 15 minutes, or 7 hours, I'm not sure what they put, is my 7:15 is my estimate. There's no skips. There's one, like, sort of glitch thing. I guess it's a glitch, but we'll get there when we get there. But there's no real major skips. It's mostly playing the game as intended. But, yeah, this game's really cool. Has a lot of awesome music, has a lot of cool moments and characters, and I'm really excited to take you all through it today. So starting off, we're going to start off playing as the guy who will be eventually our main protagonist, Lucas. He's at his grandpa's house. So the first thing that's going to come up is text. So we do actually allow turbo for this game, and I do have a turbo controller. It is on the floor somewhere, but I'm not used to it yet. It has like a funky D-pad, so I'm actually going to be using my non-turbo controller for this one. The good news is both A and B mash text, so if I'm on point with my mashing, I can almost mash as fast as turbo in practice. So the movement in this game is running. The way running works is pretty funky. You have to charge up your run for minimum 7 frames, and then let go of the B button. And that will allow you to run, which is a lot faster than walking. This is the tutorial for running. Running also allows you to bump into things, which is not really useful. There's some Easter eggs you can get if you bump into stuff. For example, if you bump into the back of your mom's chair at the very beginning of the run when you're in the house, like a minute ago, you get a nut bread, I think, which is a bad healing item. Alright, so now we're gonna get into our first fight. This fight's basically scripted. I'm gonna hold L and mash A, and that's how I'm gonna get through the fight. So this game is a turn-based RPG, like a Final Fantasy or something. The main thing that sets this game apart is the scrolling HP bar. That's gonna be really important later on, once we get into like actual fights that are challenging and not a complete pushover. So everything's super hunky-dory now. We're chilling with our bro. Our mom made our favorite food. Grandpa's teaching us to talk to frogs, which is the save system for this game. Normally, if you were going for like a super good run, you would never save. But, of course in a marathon, I will be saving. So at this point, the story is pretty basic. This family is up in the woods visiting their grandpa, and tonight they're going back home. This is actually the biggest input break in the run. I can let go of the controller for 4 minutes and not lose any time, which is nice. So yeah, Mother 3, to talk about it as a game is like pretty important in like gaming culture. It's probably the most famous Japanese exclusive game of all time, I'd say. I can't think of one that's more famous. You know, there have been countless tries to translate and localize this game. But eventually, you know, the fans just decided to do it themselves. Specifically, Tomato is the name of the translator who did the translations for the English fan translation. I guess I should mention I'm playing on Game Boy Player with a flash cart. That's how I'm playing on console. Just in case anyone was curious. So, English does lose quite a lot of time to Japanese. It loses about 40 to 45 minutes, which is a lot, obviously, but there is, like, a pretty cool novelty of playing just on a language that you can understand. That being said, I do run both English and Japanese versions of this game. I just decided to submit English. Alright, so now we're gonna go into our first chapter. One thing that makes this game really unique is that it has a lot of playable protagonists. For chapter 1, our protag is going to be the father of the main character, who we just met, Lucas. Flint is his name, or in this he'll just be F, because it's one character names are faster. But I'll be referring to him as Flint. So our first real conflict in the story is happening now, which is that the forest is on fire. Oh no. These weird pig mask men are throwing bombs that light the forest on fire. This game has heavy, like, nature versus technology themes, and this is kind of the beginning of that, when these technologically advanced creatures come and blow everything up. And so Thomas, who's like the Paul Revere of this town, you know, one if by land, two if by sea, comes and decides that Flint is like the only guy who can come and stop the fires. Thanks for the good luck in chat, everyone. I kinda have chat open on my third monitor. It's like way in the corner. So I'm not really looking at it. I'll look at it every once in a while. So, now we're playing as Flint. And we need to go into the forest and find out what's causing all the fires. But first we need to talk to Mapson, who is the town's map creator. This is the only time in the game we need to talk to him. You press R to pull up the map, but obviously I know where to go. So, don't need that. Gonna make a quick stop at the altar because I have to. And this is where we input the player name. Usually I just do B, but I will do Brooke for the marathon. So we're gonna have to do our first enemy dodge coming up. Enemies in this game pop up on the overworld. Unlike in Earthbound, they're all set on generally where they are. For example, this bat will always be here, so if I go to the left of that part of the screen, I can always avoid it. This game also doesn't have, if you're familiar with Earthbound speedruns, this game doesn't have anything like stutter stepping to avoid encounters. A lot of the encounters are straight up unavoidable. There is a catch though, which is that in this game, whenever you run away from an encounter, you will always get the runaway on the third try. So, getting into encounters is not as bad as it might seem. That being said, you want to avoid it as much as possible and not hit any optional ones. We're gonna get our first weapon here, which is Lighter's Lumber. I also picked up an Ares bracelet a while back, which increased our defense. We're getting into our first fight. So every character in this game has some special abilities. Flint has 4, because he's just cool. The first one is Swing, which is an AoE attack. It attacks every enemy. And this is the only time I'm going to be using it. This is the only significant fight in this chapter. Nice miss. This is the only significant fight in this chapter with a, multiple enemies. So this fight gives us a guaranteed Nutbread drop, which is about a 30 HP heal. Which I am going to immediately consume. And now we're going to go into our first mini-boss, which is the Flying Mouse. This fight's basically scripted. You can gain or lose time depending on what attacks the mouse does. For example, he has an attack where he does nothing. You want that one. Yeah, that's the one you want. Because there's no time where it, ooh, good RNG. There's no time where the damage pops up that it deals. So this is one of the only times in the game you're actually required to run. To break through that wood piece there to save fuel. This game has like a ton of pun names, by the way. This father-son duo is called Lighter and Fuel, which is pretty cute. So one thing you might notice right off the bat is that this game is really gorgeous for a Game Boy Advance game. The sprites are super detailed, and the music is amazing. One of the best soundtracks on the GBA. So, I guess just to be fair, I'm gonna, like, not spoil anything until, I don't know, we get to the point. But, everything's fine right now, pretty much, like, relatively. Lighter got, like, a little hurt, but, he's fine. And the rain's gonna put out the fire. So that's kind of like our first real conflict solved. I guess, regarding spoilers, I would highly recommend you play this game yourself. It's got a really good story, and I will be explaining the story as we go along, but, it's really something that is a lot better if you experience it yourself. But for those of you who either don't care or have played this game, welcome along to the ride. So here I'm going to do a funky thing with text boxes. I have to mash B. That'll automatically move my cursor over to no. Because selecting no there is faster than selecting yes. So I have to just mash B and then I hit L to confirm it, because L acts the same as A in this game. By the way, I'm really sorry if you can hear my fan. I'm not sure if you can or not. But it is August in the south, so it's really hot. So I like would die sitting here 7 hours without it. So here we have another scrolly, as I call them. A fun fact about these scrolling text things is that they're actually they're actually slightly faster on the English fan translation. I'm not sure why. I think they'd be the same on Japanese and English, but I guess they just are shorter on the English fan translation. So yeah, like a lot of RPGs, this game starts off really slow, but once we get to like the second half, actually I'd say once we get past the first 2 hours, the run really picks up in speed, and we're going to be doing a lot of cool stuff. Something else I haven't mentioned yet is that this speedrun is actually really difficult. I run a lot of like technical platformers and stuff, as well as RPGs, and I'd say this is like up there as one of the hardest speedruns that I do. And we'll get into the hard fights a bit later. Like the first 2 hours aren't too bad, but then there's a lot of really hard fights later on. So first thing I'm going to do that would be different from like a PB attempt is I'm going to go off to the right here and get a Thunder Bomb. This is for the end of chapter boss. I'm going to need 5 of those to be able to kill it consistently. If I were doing a PB attempt, I would be relying on a skill called Power Smash to kill the chapter boss. Power Smash is an ability that only hits 25% of the time. So, in a marathon, it's pretty inconsistent to go for Power Smash strats, but they are a little bit faster if you get a good Power Smash fight. Alright, so I have to go for another enemy dodge here. This one's a bit harder. Yeah. That's fine. So this encounter I'm gonna take on purpose. If I kill a bat here, which I one-turned, that's good. Flint will level up. And also after each fight you have like a little bit of iframes, so I can go straight through that other bat. So I really wanted to avoid these snakes. Okay. I didn't get poisoned, which is the most important thing. If I get poisoned, it's really bad. Okay, so that was a surprise attack, somehow. I'm not sure how that registered as a surprise attack, but whatever. So Boney's gonna die, but that's fine. The only downside from Boney dying here is that I'm gonna have to walk for a bit. If you have a dead party member, you can't run. And my caribou fight might be slightly slower, but it's fine. So we're looking for our wife and kids. That's where the story is at right now. We can't find them anywhere. Even though the path from Alex's house to town is not that large. Or long, I guess. So we got some standard RPG stuff. Talk to some NPCs to progress the story. Chapter 1 is very cutscene heavy. There's only 2 real fights in this chapter. The first one's coming up. Alright, so we need to get up this wall to get to that piece of cloth, but none of us are epic enough to climb the wall. There is one man in town who's epic enough to climb the wall, and that is our boy D. Duster. So we're gonna send our dog Boney to go fetch Duster, because he likes to sleep in. So this is the best scene in the game, because it's the doggy scene. So get your Boney Z or Franker Z, as Franker Z, in chat for the dog running through the village. So this is Duster. He's going to be a pretty important part of our party for a pretty large portion of the run. But for now, he's just a guy who knows how to climb walls. Okay, so because Boney's just gonna die, I am gonna save over this fight. I wouldn't normally, but because I got bit by the venomous fangs, I will. Alright, so we're coming up on our first mini-boss, which is the reconstructed caribou. So Duster has a ton of abilities that he's going to unlock throughout the game for combat. But the only one he has right now is wall staples, which are sort of unreliable stun paralysis type attack. It doesn't do any damage, it just stuns enemies. And we are going to be relying on that to get through this fight. So the strategy for this fight is I'm going to attack up with Flint. Flint has two attacks, or moves that raise his attack and defense, strengthen up and toughen up. Alright, so Boney is going to die right away. Rest in peace, Boney. Alright, so now he's stunned, so I can just kinda go in on him. Alright, cool. Wall staples can fail on this boss. It's actually not that uncommon for them to fail. Like that. There we go. So he should be dead in a few more turns here. There we go. So one thing that I guess is like a good example of the scrolling HP bar is Duster did take mortal damage there. He took what, 40 damage when he had about 35. But because his HP hadn't scrolled all the way down yet, he did get to live and get the experience from the fight. However, it doesn't actually matter if either Duster or Boney get the experience from that fight, because whenever you get Duster back later, spoilers, we are going to get Duster back later, he gets set at a set level, and also with set equipment, which is why I gave his equipment to Boney. I also gave some of Flint's equipment to Boney. I'm going to use that for selling when we get Boney back. Way later in the game, we're going to get Boney back in about like an hour and a half. And he's going to be at a set level as well, which is why it doesn't matter that he died during that fight. Because in this game, if you die during a fight, you do not get experience from it. Only the characters that are alive get experience. Which is actually going to matter a lot for the route I'm doing. Once I get into like the main meat of the game, aka past the first 3 chapters, I'm going to need Lucas to survive every fight. But we'll get there when we get there. So we found our kids. They got washed up in a river. Kinda unlucky. But our wife is still nowhere to be seen. So this is Bronson. He's kind of like the town leader. And he's gonna give us some bad news. And this is the really sad scene that everybody cries over in this game. Well, one of the sad scenes that everybody cries over in this game. Because our wife, kinda got bit by a Drago and died, which is unlucky. Now we get a flashback. About all the good times we had. So Hinawa's death is going to be like an important part of the story throughout the game. There's going to be a lot of callbacks to it. And thus Flint became the first person to ever get thrown in the Tasmili jail. Why they had a jail when no one ever went in there is beyond me. But yeah. I need to do more JRPG random checking things. Check the table and then the door twice. And our son, our rambunctious little boy, Klaus, Klaus, gives us an apple with a nail file. Classic jail escape method. Alright. So now the game opens up a little bit. I can visit the shop, which the first time I visit will always have a running bomb and a flea charm. Both of which are good pickups. And we are going to do some more Thunder Bomb farming. That puts us at 2 total. Three. So the Thunder Bomb chest behind the house will keep on replenishing as long as we go 2 screens away from it. So now we're 1 screen away, and then we are going to go 2 screens away and come back. Now we have the hardest movement in the game. Oh, I'm so good. Hold on. Yes, I'm so good. Okay. Okay. So, moving through those people into the funeral to talk to Alec is pretty tight. Thankfully my Pro Controller has a really good D-pad, so it's easy on Pro Controller, but on my ASCII pad Turbo Controller, it's a lot harder. So, Klaus went up into the mountains to try and avenge his mom by killing the Drago. I feel leaving the graveyard. I'm washed up. Feels bad. Anyway. Bronson is going to give us the Drago Fang, which is not like an equipable weapon. It's just an item you have to use once on the boss of this chapter. It's like a story item, pretty much. And now we have to do some enemy dodging. The enemy dodging in Forest can be really tricky because the enemies move around randomly. So for example, there's always going to be 2 rats there, but the way they move around is going to be random. Thankfully I got a good pattern where I can dodge them. Then with these snakes, these mice, flying mice, will always target you and fly after you, but only if you go within a certain range of them. So if you know what you're doing, you can always avoid those. And then there's a lot of enemies that just stand still. Alright, cool. Get that Aquarius bracelet. Now I'm gonna equip Flea Charm, Aquarius bracelet, and should have my hat. Oh no, wrong route. Never mind. Anyway, now we are going to go talk to Alec and recruit him for finding the mission to find the Klaus. So Alec is, I guess Thomas was actually. So Alec is the first like notable instance of a fake party member. If we get into a battle with Alec with us, he's not gonna be able to control. We're not gonna be able to control him. He just does attacks at random. The only useful thing Alec does is he has medicine, which he can use to heal Flint. And that's gonna come in handy. That might come in handy during the boss fight. Otherwise, he just does 1 damage attacks, which are not very helpful. So now we're gonna go meet the Mad Gypsies. Mad Gypsies are really cool, but really weird characters in this game. Arguably, like one of the first games to have like gender non-conforming characters, because they're kind of like non-binary, I guess. They don't have a gender. They say specifically they're neither man nor woman, which I think is pretty interesting because this game's relatively old, 2006. These guys are going to be a lot more important to the story in about 3 hours, so don't forget them. For now, they're just kind of characters that exist, but eventually they will be very important to the story. So now we have to do Cave. Cave, like the worst part of the run, pretty much. Because you can't see where you're going. Especially on my screen. It's hard to see where I'm going. On the capture, it might look a little better, and if you play on emulator, it's like pretty much cheating. Like, you can almost see the full screen. Not to say emulator is cheating, but it gives you a big advantage in Cave. So this encounter is almost always unavoidable. There's very rare instances where you are able to avoid it, but you have to get super lucky and have both of them all spawn and stay high up on the screen. Yeah, Cave's really annoying because Alec keeps talking, which cancels your run. Also a mole here. Okay, I dodged it. So now we're on to Drago Plateau, which is like the final area of Chapter 1. Need to bait this guy out and run past him. Almost encounterless. So, we're coming up on the chapter boss, Mecha Drago. This fight should be guaranteed with thunder bombs and the bombs I picked up. But, it can technically still go wrong if I miss menu. But that's basically the only way I can lose this fight. just wanted to check to make sure I had everything set. Alright, so going into this boss fight, the idea is we're gonna chuck thunder bombs and hope it paralyzes. If we get a paralysis, that's really good. Because it'll give us a few free turns to chuck more bombs. Notice that I don't even have a weapon equipped, so everything I do will do 1 damage. I need to rely on bombs for the strat I'm doing, but I have just enough bombs to kill. There is one caveat with this fight, which is that when I throw the final bomb, I need to be at over 37 HP. He's going to lower my attack here, which doesn't matter, because like I said, I am not going to be attacking physically at all. I'm just throwing bombs. I have to use Drago Fang first in order to be able to do any damage to him at all. Alright, so we're looking for a paralysis from these thunder bombs. So I didn't get any paralysis, which is a little unlucky, but it's not a huge deal. One really bad thing that can happen is that shot flames out attack can actually burn you. It's really rare. It's only happened to me a handful of times. How much is this? Okay, cool. So I can just chuck this bomb and win. So this final attack is going to do like almost 300 damage. But because the HP bar stops scrolling whenever you win a fight, I'm able to survive, thankfully. But that's why I needed over 37 HP when I threw the final bomb. But yeah, that's chapter 1. That went pretty smoothly. Chapter 1 is actually surprisingly difficult at times. Lots of tough enemy dodges. The only really bad thing was that I ran into the Mighty Brighty Snake and got poisoned. But that didn't end up being a huge deal either. Alright, we got another scrolly. So basically Klaus is missing, everything sucks. That's where the story's at right now. If we have any questions in chat, now is like a time I can look at chat. About the run, please. Alright, so now we are going to switch protagonists. Basically, we're playing a completely different game now. So now we're gonna play as Duster and go on a thief adventure. You can forget about everything that happened over the past 45-50 minutes. I forgot the chapter name was actually Thief Adventure. That's funny. So Wes and Duster, who Duster we met last chapter. I guess we met Wes last chapter too. I forgot about that. They are the town thieves, because you know every town's got to have a thief. But they're kind of like good thieves. They steal. They're like a Robin Hood or whatever. They steal to protect the town. So Wes sends Duster on a mission to go into Oso Castle. And steal some very important item. First, we're going to get all of our thief tools. These we keep for the rest of the game and are going to be extremely important. We're also going to hit the thunder bomb behind the house once again. Thunder bombs are really useful throughout the first 3 chapters. So basically every time in the first 3 chapters we pass by that house, we're going to go get a thunder bomb. I wonder who that guy is. And who this monkey is. Surely that won't be relevant later. So I guess at this point I should mention something about the lore of this game is that at this point in the story, they live in like a moneyless society where they just kind of trade on like the barter system and use like they just give each other stuff pretty much. They don't have any money. But Butch gets told by this traveling salesman that an era of money is coming, which is pretty interesting, and we're gonna get more onto that later. Because it turns out there are some not so good guys in this game who do some bad stuff. But for now we have to fight some zombies, which actually doesn't have anything to do with the story. Don't really know why they put this in the game, other than they wanted to have zombies. This game's story is like really good. This is one thing that kind of doesn't make sense about it though. There's just zombies in this universe. This fight's pretty simple. We are going to chuck a thunder bomb. If we're lucky, it'll kill the lady zombie. Yeah, kill both of them. Now we can one-shot the zombie man. I'm gonna go for the first combo of the run on this zombie man. Okay, I missed it there. Okay, I missed it. That's fine. If you get a good combo, you can save a turn, but it's a very minor time save. So I haven't actually explained what combos are yet, because the game hasn't explained what combos are yet, but it will right here, so it's a good time to bring it up. So in battle, whenever you attack, if you attack along with the music, to the beat of the music, you can do extra hits on an enemy, and usually it's actually slower to do a combo past the first 2 hits. Optimal is usually just doing a 1-2 combo. But there are some occasions where doing a combo will let you skip a turn. Such as in that zombie fight. They're pretty rare though, so most of the time, you just pretend combos don't exist. Kind of an unlucky fight to not get a run away from. Here we bump into this statue, which knocks over the ball, which creates a hole in the floor. That's how we infiltrate the mansion, or castle. That's what this thing is. So if I wanted to be like super hyper optimal, I would fight ghosts in the like foyer place I was just in until I got a rotten eclair drop. But I can get infinite rotten eclairs from this ghost right here. So I'm just gonna farm for 9 of them. 2. 3. 4. 6. 7. 8. And 9. I did not mean to talk to you again. You can dodge that spider if you get a good spawn. But I did not get a good spawn. So, you know, unlucky, whatever. So anyway, we can trade 1 rotten eclair for the rope snake, which is a required story item. And the rest of the rotten eclairs I picked up, I'm going to trade for beef jerkies, which are a 60 HP healing item. I also picked up the wait here. Yeah. Chick bandana. Good movement. We're just gonna pretend that didn't happen. Now we're gonna talk to this guy 8 times. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So The rope snake lets us swing across these gaps. I dropped my shoes there on purpose, because in this room we get some free shoes, which are better shoes. So we have a boss fight that could potentially go wrong if the first few turns don't go right coming up. Basically, so this is the first fight where I'm really going to be using a lot of Duster's thief skills. It's the Mr. Passion fight. The first thing I'm going to do is throw a smoke bomb, which makes him cry, which makes him miss a lot more. Unfortunately, he didn't miss any time there. He missed that, which is good. And then I'm going to put him to sleep so I can get some more debuffs in faster. And I'm going to be using the Scary Mask and Tickle Stick. I did not mean to wake him up there. It's fine, I think I can live this. Yeah. So the unfortunate thing about the thief tools is that they are inconsistent. For example, a lot of the time they will miss or not work like that. Not sure if you said -2 or -3 defense. I lost count. I did not mean to use the Hypno Pendulum again. Okay, here's a -2. So that was the right thing to do. He's gonna raise his attack by 1, and I'm gonna lower it. Because he starts doing this attack, which is a 3-hit multi-move. And if I don't have this attack at minimum, they'll be doing 11 damage each, which is really scary. Should be close to dead. Here we go. Not the best fight. I got pretty unlucky with my debuffs. But we got through first try, so whatever. Anytime you see a couch with blue cushions like that, that's a point where you can restore to get full HP and psychic points. And there's a little shortcut we can use here to fall back to the entrance of the castle. And I did use a lot of beef jerkies on that fight, more than I usually do, so I am going to opt to pick up an extra peculiar cheese that I would normally skip. Oh yeah, so we got the noble Splatoon. I said it. I said Splatoon. Spittoon. Which Duster is under the impression is the super important item. But it was in fact not. We did, however, pick up that pendant that girl we saw dropped. And that is something that is very intriguing to Wes. Because that pendant is the pendant of the Princess of Oso Castle, who is going to be our next party member, fun fact. So now Wes joins us, and Wes is another party member that we can't control. But unlike Alec, Wes actually has a lot of good attacks. He can throw thunder bombs, he can attack for about 40 damage, and he can do a mystical thief attack, which does over 100 damage, which is really good at this point in the game. So these pigmask men have stormed the castle, and they have these weird claymen things that they use as like puppets. So we're going to fight one now. This fight can be pretty annoying because it's reliant on debuffs, just like the Mr. Passion fight. However, we cannot put the clayman to sleep, we can only make it cry. And even then, the crying doesn't always work, unlike Mr. Passion, which always works. That's unlucky. So now I'm going to start attacking. And as I've debuffed him enough to a point where I can be safe. Okay, I'm gonna use that peculiar cheese. Okay, that was the right call. Because I would have died had I not done that. There's some tricky movement to avoid enemies in the castle. Sometimes these pigmasks can be undodgeable, specifically this one. Yeah. he was a bit lower, I could have dodged that. It's fine. This encounter is dodgeable with Solo Duster, but when you're with Wes, it's undodgeable. So you just have to take it. These guys also do a ton of damage. So if you don't get first try run away, it can be scary, but I know I'm gonna run away here, so I'm fine. Even though I took mortal damage. Take a heal at the couch. And now we get to one of the most famous scenes in this game. The dance scene to open the door. So here we are meeting our next party member, Kumatora, who I will call Kay. She's going to be another important party member throughout the meat of the game. So Kumatora is going to be the first PSI user in the game. She starts off with PK Fire and Freeze. Fire is an AoE attack, while Freeze is a stronger single enemy attack. Sparrows are undodgeable. I'm actually going to kill the sparrow, since there's a 50% chance of dropping a nut bread, which I would like. And it dies in 2 turns. Yeah. Oh, bad RNG. Come on, dude. So yeah, as you can see, some fights are faster to run away from than others. I'm actually gonna fight this guy too. For another nut bread, hopefully. No. Whatever. So if I touch one of these brooms, I will get sent back to the bottom of the tower. Oh my god, that was a little spooky. That's not how you're supposed to do that, but it worked out. Alright, so this fight is gonna be a little spooky because I'm low on beef jerkies. But hopefully things will be fine. I actually need to use one right here. So this is the magic egg. It has all the secrets of the world stored inside of it. So for this upcoming fight, it can be a pretty spooky fight because Kumatora needs to survive it, because if she doesn't survive it, she won't have PK Thunder when she rejoins the party at the end of Chapter 3. So if Kumatora dies, I have to reset, which is why I saved before this fight. So I need to hit a smoke bomb on this Oso snake fight. But it's not guaranteed to hit. It's pretty likely. I don't remember the exact odds. Unlucky. Oops. Actually, I'm gonna have Kumatora defend until the smoke bomb hits. There we go. Fine. Ooh, that's really good. Paralysis. So when he gets to half HP, he has an attack he can do, that he will do, that does about 50 damage to both characters. So my kind of like MO for this fight is making sure that each character stays above that 50 HP threshold. That was a lucky miss. I think he's gonna do it next turn, so I'm gonna heal. Yeah. So while he's in this underwater state, bombs actually do more damage to him. I'm gonna be chucking bombs at him. If I can get a paralysis here, that would be really lucky. He might do the waves again. Buster might die here, but if he does, it's fine. Never mind. We're good. Cool. Alright, that's a spooky fight out of the way. So Kuma and Wes got washed up at the river, and Duster disappeared magically forever. He's gonna be gone for like an hour, and then he'll come back. It's kind of a theme in this game: characters go and disappear, and then come back. And it makes routing in a speedrun for this game pretty interesting, because you have to account for the fact that you're not gonna have certain characters' items at certain points. For example, right here, I'm going to pick up a bomb with Kumatora, because in the next chapter, even though Kumatora isn't our main character, she is going to join at one point, so I can give that bomb to the main character. So someone stole Butch's money, and nobody knows what money is, so they're all just like, what are you talking about, dude? And then we get another nice scrolling text, so yeah. Alright, so chapter 2, pretty cool. Some exciting stuff going on. Can't really say the same about the next chapter, which is going to be chapter 3. Chapter 3, definitely the biggest, like, filler chapter in this game. It does set up some elements of the plot later, but for the most part, just kind of like stuff happens. We do get to play as the Funky Monkey, though. whose name is normally Salsa, but I'm just gonna name him S. Because again, we're doing one character names this run. So this is Facade. He's the leader of these pig masks, as far as we can tell. And he's not a good guy. He electrocutes this innocent monkey over and over again. Get used to that animation and sound, because you're going to be hearing it a lot this chapter. Chapter is also kind of annoying because during cutscene there are kind of these quick time events where you have to hold the direction he faces on the D-pad. So you can't just mindlessly mash through every cutscene. So something that I think is really cool about this speedrun is you rarely see the same area twice, especially like from here on out. Like this is the only time we're ever gonna see this desert area in the entire game. In the first 3 chapters you do spend a lot of time in the village, but once you get past chapter 3, that becomes less true. This guy is not in a good position. A really good runaway to hit. So I get Bug Spray here. Bug Spray is an item that deals a lot of damage to bugs. Here's a bug enemy. I'm gonna do the Bug Spray, and that'll do over 300 damage, which is a one-shot. That'll give us up to level 3, which will help a lot in the next fight. Also gives us a Flea Charm, which will help again in the next fight. The fight coming up, Cactus Wolf, is like a famous run killer. Because it's largely dependent on what Facade does. Facade is another party member that we can't control, so all I can do is throw my running bombs I picked up and defend and heal, and hope that Facade will take care of the rest. Ideal fight is I throw a bomb, Facade throws a bomb, and then I can throw another bomb, and that'll be the fight. But that's extremely rare. Oh, okay. That works. I guess I got low rolls on the bombs, because usually the 3 bombs is enough to kill. But I had to have Facade attack one more time, which he did, thankfully. So that was a really good fight. So that's awesome. We're past Cactus Wolf. I also didn't have to use any healing items because of that, which means I'm going to be up 1 healing item, which is really good. I didn't mean to pick that up. Whatever. So this is a pork bean, which is going to be the closest thing we get into this game, to consistent fast travel. Let's just go super fast. And we run over enemies while we are in it. Unfortunately, when we run over enemies in the pork bean, we do not get experience. It'd be kind of broken if we did. I am going to save here, not because the next fight is hard, but because dying to it is kind of the worst thing that can happen in this run. At least it's up there for one of the worst things that can happen in this run. Because it'll spawn me back in the desert with the pork bean here. I would have to manually walk the entire way back, which is really slow. So this is the Gooey Goo fight. In theory, this fight should be over really quickly, but it's dependent on Facade. Throw an ancient command, which will kill this one, and then I need Facade to kill this guy. Yes, thank you. So that fight looked really innocuous, but like I said, if the Gooey Goo outspeeds Facade, then it can split, which will make two Gooey Goos appear, and that will make you able to die, because I don't have any way of dealing damage as Salsa. Salsa is like the weakest character in this game, because he is just a monkey after all. Also, remember this scene? Now we're seeing it from the other perspective. Kind of another cool thing this game does with chapters 2 and 3 is that they happen at the same time. So there's like a little overlap. So it turns out that Facade was actually the one who stole Butch's money, not Duster. Sorry if I'm kind of like quiet at some points. This game is really atmospheric at points, and there are points when I just kind of want to let the game speak for itself. So, if I'm not talking every second, do excuse me. Also, talking for every second of an over 7-hour run would kill my voice, so there's that too. So I'm actually gonna wake up on purpose here. Faster to wake up and watch the punishment, unfortunately, than it is to stay asleep. Attempt to crack open a cold one. Oh my god. How do I do this? There we go. So, I mentioned at the beginning of this run that the game kind of has a nature versus technology theme. This is kind of where we start seeing this come into play, because Facade wants to transform the town from like a pure nature society to more of like a modern society where they have happy boxes, which are televisions. That's kind of what he's doing right now. He's trying to sell everybody on happy boxes. I almost hit the wrong direction on the D-pad. That would have been bad. So one downside of playing on the 1.2 English version as opposed to the recently released 1.3 English is that there is a bit more lag in a lot of areas. Specifically when there's a lot of NPCs on screen. This cutscene is about a second longer on 1.2 compared to 1.3. But 1.2 does have its own advantages. So we have 23 minutes to deliver these boxes. Who thinks I can do it in under 23 minutes? Oh, I have to do it in under 22, actually. That's it. Alright, here we go. This is a run. Sub 22 minute boxes incoming. So, real talk, this is the most boring part of the entire run. Because we have to carry these boxes around. And while we're holding a box, we cannot run. Good music, though. There. I do this box first because this is the only time when you can get into an encounter in this segment. So I just like to get it out of the way. Alright, so this next delivery, something really unfortunate can happen. Sometimes this dog will block the door. Like this. Okay, he moved. Thank you. I've actually been blocked for like 10 seconds before by that dog. Alright, that is all the boxes delivered. And like I mentioned earlier, we're passing by the house with the thunder bomb, so I'm going to grab one. So I did not get, it took 25 minutes apparently to do all those boxes. So, unlucky, we don't get the special reward. So by heading to the entrance of this room, it automatically triggers Facade's phone. It's kind of like a shortcut. That lets us know to go automatically to the basement. Now these pink blobs are like the bane of my existence when running this game. Dodging them is like impossible. Thankfully we always back attack them, Something I haven't mentioned yet is if you back attack an enemy, which is signaled by the green boxes when you approach them, you will always get a first try runaway. So there's actually going to be some points later in the game when we purposefully back attack enemies in order to get runaways quickly. Right, so I'm not gonna grab this chest here yet. Okay, cool, I dodged an encounter. Because after this cutscene, all the enemies on the field here get unloaded. So I'm gonna wait until after that, so there's no chance I get into an encounter. So we're almost done with chapter 3. I know this chapter is not the most interesting, but just bear with me. Oh my god, go up the ladder. Because once we get out of chapter 3, the game really starts to pick up. So now the end of chapter 2 cutscene is playing out here, and we're gonna kind of converge our two plot lines together. Assad comes and tells everybody that because Butch's money got stolen, the town must be heading towards despair or whatever. You know, he tricks everybody into getting a happy box pretty much. But Kumatori's PSI apparently lets her communicate with animals, so Salsa tells her telepathically about how awful he's been treated, so now Kumatora and West know, and they're gonna try and bust Salsa out. So this cutscene's really long, but the TLDR is Solstice free, but he doesn't want to go anywhere until his girlfriend is free, so yeah. Also, Wes goes to steal the zapper from Facade. So this fight coming up, which is the chapter boss, is going to be a little spooky, because I only have one beef jerky on Kumatora, but it's very likely that things will be fine. I'm going to have to get pretty unlucky for it to matter. Alright, so on this menu here, I'm going to give the Thunder Bomb I got on Kumatora from at the end of chapter 2. And I'm gonna equip the pickups I got from Duster, or throughout this chapter. I don't know why I said Duster. Alright. Nice dodgeable spawn, and I'm gonna save. Nice, no encounters. The 4 pork tank is really good. So this fight, there's one really bad thing that can happen. This boss has an attack that can make both of our party members cry, and it's actually a good thing to get it, but if Kumatora runs out of PP, and she's crying makes you extremely likely to miss. Then that's really bad. I'm gonna have to, if that scenario arises, I will have to use a magic tart. It's fine. Oh no. Now things might get a little dicey. Alright, well there's the crying attack I talked about. Actually, yeah, I think I have to reset. That's unlucky. Dang. It was gonna be a really good first 3 chapters for a marathon. And of course now I gotten into an encounter. Okay, take 2. Yeah, it's important to keep Salsa alive because he has the majority of healing items. And also he has some attacking items, and we barely do enough damage to kill this fight. Kill this boss. Especially if PK Thunder is missed, which is something that can happen. This is a much better start though. He's close to dead. Yeah, okay, cool. I win. And it doesn't matter, Salsa gets experience because he's never gonna rejoin the party for an extended amount of time. There we go. So this seems really cool, so I'll let it speak for itself. Alright, so we got our revenge on Facade, pretty much, by sticking a Dragger on him, which is pretty awesome. Alright, so we made it out of first 3 chapters, which is kind of like the boring part of the run. From here on out, things are going to get a lot more interesting. So starting in chapter 4, the game is actually going to have a money system, because spoilers, we're going to do a time jump to 3 years ahead, where Facade's future is starting to like form, kind of. His vision of the future, I should say. So, 3 years later. Asmeli Village has changed a lot. They kind of have like an industrialized society now. So there's a really weird thing here coming up after I do this emotional mirror scene where Lucas thinks about his mom combing his hair. Oh, also, we're done with protag switching. Lucas is going to be the protag for the rest of the run. There's a really weird thing here. I could talk to Boney and have him join at level 8, or I could hit this trigger where he joins and have him join at level 10, which is obviously preferable. Kind of a weird thing that they programmed in, but I'll take it. This frog is going to tell us about DP, Dragon Points, which is the currency in this game. We can actually choose to ignore him, which is faster, but it lowers our kindness stat. The kindness stat is a hidden stat in this game that does absolutely nothing. So here I'm going to sell Boney's equips that we gave him in Chapter 1. And buy 2 eggs, which I actually wanted to have on Lucas. Oops. So these guys talk about how at the club they go to after work, there's a guy who looks like Duster. And they're considering telling Wes about him, but they're too afraid that Wes will be disappointed. Oh, also, after selling those items, I bought 2 fresh eggs. The fresh eggs are mediocre healing items, but they hatch into chicks, which grow into chickens, which I can sell for a good amount of money. So they're basically an investment. Oh, also Facade lived somehow. So I'm gonna grab the Thunder Bomb behind what is now the retirement home. In old routes, the Thunder Bomb was kind of like a insurance type thing, but in this route, it's actually extremely important. Because we do have to do a quick level grind in this chapter, or else the chapter boss is gonna be kind of impossible. And the Thunder Bomb is going to help a lot with grinding. I'm not sure if there's an FAQ on the kindness stat. I'm not sure of all the events that change it, but I will point out the ones that do as we go along throughout the run. Also, yeah, there's this guy who gives us the railway map, and he may be based on a certain celebrity. So, the train tracks are kind of a spooky place. Lots of enemy dodges going on here, including these slither hens, which are the snakes with chicken heads. They move around super randomly. Here's a cool strat. Normally you're supposed to fight this guy to get that treasure chest, but if you diagonally talk to it, the range to hit a treasure chest is actually huge. Ooh, nice. Avoiding those 3 silver hens are really good. So what that man told us before we entered the tunnel is that there are trains that come on the track. We're not cool enough to take the train yet. But the train only comes on one screen, and it's only if you're on the track. So by staying off the tracks on that one screen, which we haven't gotten to yet, you can completely avoid the trains. Here where Lucas is going to get his PSI from Ionia, who is one of the mad gypsies that we met in Chapter 1. So we get PK4, which is kind of the protag special ability. In Earthbound, it would be like PK Rockin'. In this game, it's PK Love, is what I'll be referring to it as, because that's the official name. This is a tough enemy dodge. Good. Don't have to be good at dodging if you're lucky. So this is the screen I need to stay off the tracks on. If I'm on the track, it'll trigger a cutscene with the train. But here we're going to do some part-time work so we can get a ticket up to the club. Then we can re-enter our player name, but I already entered Brooke the first time. So this is the second most exciting part of the run, only behind boxes. We have to transport the claymen that are defective from the bottom of the factory to the top. And we do this very slowly. Fortunately, this does give us our chickens enough time to grow. Chickens grow every 90 seconds, I think. Every 90 seconds that you have control over your character. So no cutscenes. Cutscenes don't count, and like menu time doesn't count. That's that chirping noise you hear. So there's been a lot of routes for Chapter 4 that have developed over the past year or so. The one that the Japanese world record uses is it fights a black beanling in the beginning of the chapter, and that boosts our level all the way up to 24. The black beanling is kind of like the metal slime of this game. It appears pretty rarely, and I will be fighting one this run, but not until later on. That boosts our level up, Boney and Lucas's level up to 24. For reference, right now Lucas and Boney are both at level 10. So it's a huge level increase, and it makes the chapter pretty free. Unfortunately, it does take a long time to farm that black beanling. So it's pretty slow. And then like the classic route would be fighting 2 Australophants, which are a strong enemy that you can find to the west of the ropeway area. And that was actually like a pretty scary part of the run, because they did a lot of damage. But the most recent route change for farming in Chapter 4 is we're gonna fight 2 dogfish enemies, which give comparable experience to the Australopiths. Fighting 2 Australopiths and will get you to level 12, and so will fighting 2 dogfish. The difference is the dogfish go down much quicker, especially with bombs. So it's just faster overall to do the dogfish route. So hopefully this clayman does not block me. Okay. Looks like we got around him. You can actually soft lock the room if that clayman moves in such a way that you can't move anymore. It's very rare though, so thankfully it didn't happen. Alright, so we earned our ticket, and we could just go right now. But we need to farm levels, which I'm gonna save before doing that. Just in case something goes wrong. I'm gonna give Boney all of our items except for the chicken and chick. Here I am looking for a dogfish. The other good thing about the dogfish is you can always back attack it. Oh nice, the paralysis is good. It makes the fight super safe. So that'll bring us to level 11. Oh, I got a doggy jerky too, which is a really good item. That's gonna make the boss fight of this chapter a lot more safe. That's gonna do mortal damage, but it's fine. So another thing about defending in this game that I haven't brought up yet is that it makes your HP bar scroll slower, which can make some fights safer. For example, Boney was in absolutely zero danger of dying there. So this enemy I'm gonna pass by, that's an Australopith. That's the enemy we used to farm off of. Here I'm gonna pick up a saltwater gun and a magic tart. These are just for selling for money. Don't get into an encounter. Thank you. Alright, so pretty good grinding segment. I also got 120 DP from fighting those dogfish. So here's a cutscene with two questionably named characters. Or like the usher, what's the term? Not usher. I literally cannot. Bouncer, thank you. Bouncer to the club. I knew someone in chat would know. His chat is always very smart. Smiley face. No, you guys are great. But anyway, they don't let us in because we're a kid and a dog. But thankfully Kumatora comes in just in the nick of time and says she knows us, which she does, to be fair. Alright, so here we have to do the JRPG thing where we have to talk to everybody in the room. Yeah, Tomato here is the guy who did the translation. Actually has very detailed notes about pretty much everything in the entire game. So if you're curious about like what anything like the original word was, you can find it in his notes. Probably. So here we got the DCMC, and you can see Duster up in his wig. Duster has amnesia. He doesn't remember anything before his life and in the DCMC, where he goes by Lucky. Anyway, enjoy the concert. I need to hit this guy first. Right, so I bought a lot of doggy biscuits, which might seem weird, but doggy biscuits are actually worth their weight in gold in this speedrun because they let you have access to there's a dog in chapter 5 who will give you a pencil rocket for every doggy biscuit you have. And pencil rockets are a really good item that speed up a lot of boss fights. Alright, so we're coming up on one of the scariest parts of the run, which is the attic and the boss fight of the attic. So I'm gonna save here because there's one really bad thing that can happen. Which is, if I run into a mouse, it can steal my doggy biscuits. Nice. That's a good dodge. So I'm gonna go into the mouse house. We get a full recovery here, thankfully. And I just realized I made a big mistake, which is that I forgot to buy a burger for Lucas. So I'm actually gonna give this to, or actually I have to drop this. I'm gonna get this peculiar cheese, which isn't as good as the burger, but it's something. Because this is the hardest boss in the not the hardest boss in the game. This is the hardest boss of the first half. Jealous base. Oh, he got a smash. That's unlucky. Yeah. If he gets a smash attack, that's an instant reset. Oops. What? You like never. That's really weird. I didn't think you could roll high enough to kill. So yeah, this first turn is like a huge problem, as you can see, because they just do a ton of damage. That being said, they should not be doing mortal damage. I'm trying to think. I have all my equips, right? Yeah, I do. I think that was just two really unlucky rolls. Another smash attack. They're really rare. So getting 2 out of 3 is really unlucky. That's actually like absurd RNG. This is usually where runs fall apart, so this is nothing new. Thank you. All I needed was to survive the first turn. Not great, but workable. I can work around that. If this hits, that's okay. Actually, that's fine. That's actually great that he wasted a turn. Use Hypnosis Bony. Not good. Okay, Okay, well... Okay, whatever. It doesn't matter if Boney loses experience. Alright, we did it. Literally, I just needed to get past the first turn. I was actually super unlucky, but whatever. Alright, so we're gonna ask Destiny what Duster should do, if you should stay with the band, or if you should go with us on our epic quest to find the egg. And we are going to decide by playing Stone Sheet Clippers, which is this universe's version of Rock, Paper, Scissors. Thankfully, this is always set. It's supposed to be like a logic puzzle. But, they do the same thing every time. Here I just do stone. Stone here too. Paper. Or sheet, excuse me. And then for the final guy I do clippers. We got some voice acting. So now the gang's all here. We got Lucas, Duster, Kumatora, and Boney. This is like the main 4 pro tags for the rest of the game. We are going to be split up after Chapter 5, but eventually we'll finish the game out with these 4. I call this the Come Susser Chad section of the run, because the song sounds just like it to me. From Evangelion, of course. Oh my god, I was mashing. Yeah. I was paying attention. Nobody saw that. Alright, so chapter 5, kinda like the easiest chapter in the entire game. So this is another chapter that's changed quite a bit with the recent routing. I'm gonna be exchanging all of my doggy biscuits for pencil rockets, which takes a while. It takes like 2.5, 3 minutes. But I'm gonna make up for that almost immediately with the first boss that I have pencil rockets for. Here's a tough enemy dodge. Nice, I got it. You have to bait that lion down and then go around the tree to dodge the shark, lion, shark, parental kanga shark. That is the name of the enemy. This first section of chapter 5 is actually pretty cool. There's a lot of tight enemy dodges. For example, here, I'm going to go around this tree, and that'll allow me to skip that encounter. Sorry, I had to check my phone during that cutscene. Duster got hit by lightning, and that made the Clayman that's holding the egg go super berserk. So now we have to chase after it, and that's kind of the premise of the first half of this chapter. So I'm gonna do something cool here. I'm going to run into the back of this mecha turtle, which you can do very easily, because their back is the only part that attacks you. But it also is how you run away from them first try every time. So that allowed me to skip a potential bad encounter with the parental Kanga shark. I'm gonna do a similar thing here where I loop around that tree. And that was a really good chapter 5 path. Alright, so I mentioned the kindness stat earlier. I'm actually going to be raising my kindness stat this chapter. Yeah. I will be raising it right here by accepting this secret herb from this pig mask. Yo, my dog's going ham. Sorry if you can hear that. So because I didn't get into any encounters in chapter 5, the first part, I can skip the revitalizing device. Unfortunately, this path here has a tendency to be annoying, and you can get into encounters here. Like that. Okay, that was lucky. Okay, I shouldn't have done that like that, but whatever, I got through it. Alright, so we're coming up on our first chapter 5 boss. Chapter 5 has a ton of bosses. This boss is the Fierce Pork Trooper, who's the big pork trooper we saw in the theater earlier in chapter 4. He has a major exploit, which is that he's weak to all DCMC items. They will stun him for 3-ish turns. So we bought the DCMC hat earlier on Boney. In past routes, Duster would actually be the one who's on DCMC stunning duty, because he comes equipped with the DCMC boxers. But in this new route where Boney has the DCMC hat, it's faster to have him do the DCMC stun, because Duster can lower the Fierce Pork Trooper's defense on his free turn. Oh, yeah, it's sped. That's unlucky. Should be fine, though, I think. I'm gonna do this to be quick. Oh, he outsped because Boney died, and he's a level down from what he normally is. That's why that happened. So yeah, battle menus in this game, I haven't brought this up yet, but they're really fast. That's kinda unlucky. So this fight's gonna be slow, but it should be fine. Actually, I think I can do this. This might be faster. Unlucky. Wow. I can do that. I should have attacked with Boney. I'm stupid. I meant not attacked with Boney. That's what I meant to say. I should have stunned with Boney. Alright, well that was unfortunate that I had to burn that secret herb. But like I mentioned near the beginning of the run, Lucas actually needs to be alive for every major fight in this route, or else he just won't have enough PP for the endgame bosses. Anyway, now we get access to this pork bean, which will let us go a lot faster. Get these sheep gloves, and talk to this mouse, which starts the mouse side quest. This will spawn 7 mice throughout the highway overworld. And if we collect them all and return them to Mother, we get a special goodie that's very good. Now here the game explains feeling feverish, which is a really silly mechanic where instead of just learning new spells, you have to be feverish for a little bit, which is where you can't run. Pretty much is all it does. Here's the first mouse of 7. Withdraw my money. Alright, so now I'm gonna trade in 19 doggy biscuits for pencil rockets. That's 1. 2. 30. 6. So yeah, this takes a while, but like I said earlier, you more than make up for it with the pencil rockets speeding up fights. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, killed Negative Man? I forgot that was even an incentive. That's not for another couple hours, but thank you. Remind me around the 440 mark. Maybe a little later. I'll remember. Also, I lost count because I was looking at chat. I'm just gonna go until he says his other line. There we go. Here's mouse number 2. Gonna take this heal because we are at low health from the last boss. And there's another boss coming up because this chapter is basically a boss rush. Alright, so here we're gonna go down and not play the minigame, sadly. We're just gonna talk to this mouse. But I talked to Item Guy to do rearranging there. That's another recently new development in this run. Is talking to the Item Guy for item management. In the past, we used to kind of just trade around our inventory. But now we use Item Guy, and let me just make sure everything's right. Yeah, everything looks good. Alright, so this is Forlorn Junkie. I'm gonna be spamming. This is the first fight of a few where we're just gonna be spamming pencil rockets. And the ideal with this fight is that I will be able to skip his healing phase. That's unlucky. Oh no, that's the attack god. So hopefully he should die next turn, I think. These PSI attacks will hopefully kill. Boney's gonna die, but doesn't matter as much. Yeah, okay, really fast fight. That's an example of how fast fights can be with pencil rockets. Only missing out on experience from 2 fights is actually kind of scary now that I think about it. But hopefully everything will just be fine. Also, thank you. I'm glad you think this is a great run. I'm really underprepared for this. I didn't have as much prep time as I wanted to. So, I hope I'm doing an okay job. Anyway, here we get the best parking job in video game history. Heal. Dodged all the encounters in that room. I am gonna save before this fight. It very rarely goes wrong, but I haven't saved in a while. So, plus we get to see the dancing pig mask, and he's just so happy. So I'm looking for a burn when I use PK Fire with Kumatora. Because a burn will actually do like 100 damage extra damage every turn. If I don't get it, it's like not the end of the world, but it's just a nice thing. Good. No mortal damage. Should be close to dead now. said he should be close to dead now. Uh-oh, that's actually bad. Okay, I gotta get attack. Okay, there's my burn, finally. I guess Duster and Boney are doing less damage than they would normally do. Okay, there we go. Gosh, that took a few extra turns. Actually, now that I'm thinking about it, the chapter boss might be really scary with Boney at this level. But we'll just have to wait and see. I should be able to survive, it just might be a little tight. So these enemies will only come at you if you're feeling feverish. So you kind of want your feverishness to start like here, but it's okay. So there's going to be a lot of lag here. That lag is gone in 1.3, so you actually save like a full second there. Draw DP. Yeah, Boney should have 3 saltwater guns. So I shouldn't have picked up that menu look. I can sell it. So I bought rubber capes there, which are going to be extremely important in the next boss fight, because rubber capes decrease the amount of damage you take from electricity by a significant amount. An attack that will normally do like 120 will only do like 20 instead. I did not buy one for Lucas though, which is like a new thing in this route. Lucas's equipment is going to get replaced fairly quickly, so we don't really need a rubber cape for him. Plus he has the ability to heal himself. I am concerned about Boney's abilities to survive this fight though. So I've been kind of hoarding saltwater guns, and I've been doing so for this fight. This fight's pretty special because if you physical attack him while he's up, he will retaliate with an electric shock. Bony heal, thank you. So these saltwater guns do a ton of damage to him. I meant to... whatever. I wasted a turn. Now I'm gonna try... I guess I'll try paralysis strats. Which you're not supposed to do in this route, but whatever. Didn't work. There we go. So the idea behind doing paralysis is that he will, be numb while you can physically attack him. So unfortunately I did not get a 1 cycle. But he should be close to dead. Like I said, those saltwater guns do a ton of damage. There we go, I won. Kind of a spooky fight, but it's fine. It was also slow. Alright, so this is like the halfway point of the run, pretty much. All we have left is chapters 6, 7, and 8. If you're familiar with this game, you'll know that chapter 6 is just a 5-minute cutscene. But then to make up for it, chapter 7 takes like 2 hours. About. The longest chapter in the game by far. Facade falls off the Thunder Tower, and surely he's dead this time. Like, there's no way anybody could survive the Drago Jurassic Park stuff and falling off Thunder Tower. Alright, so welcome to nothing happening for the next like 30 minutes. If you need to take a break and go do something, now is the time. Cause this is like a big lull in the run. Unfortunately. After the janitor fight. So I also, this is a funny thing, I also run Castlevania games. That's like my main franchise I run. For anyone who's like more familiar with Castlevania speedruns, might know about Harmony of Dissonance Maximum Any %. It's one of like the shortest speedrun categories, period. A good like marathon time is like a 1:30. And that's how long some of the auto-scrolling text is in it. So I can literally do another speedrun, like inside of my speedrun, if I wanted to. I don't really have the means of doing that. Because my computer can't really handle it. But maybe one day if I ever run this game at like an in-person event, I'll have an incentive to do a maximum any % run during one of the longer cutscenes in this game. Alright, now it's chapter 6. So right here we're gonna lie to our grandfather's face and say we never saw a duster. Because it's faster. And now the Magypsies are going to be relevant again. Woo! Remember these guys? Yeah. So basically, the game, like, we're playing a different video game again. So now the purpose of the game is there are these 7 needles scattered throughout the world. And the game explains it probably better than I can in a scrolly coming up, but basically these 7 needles are, each one is protected by a Magypsy, and each one contains or holds down part of this dragon that sleeps under the earth. And if a person with like a good heart pulls the needles, then the dragon will save humanity. But if a person with an evil heart pulls the needles, then all of humanity will be destroyed. So I guess Chapter 7 is where the game really becomes a lot more less linear. It's still pretty linear, but you can choose to do the needles in several orders. This route that I'm doing does the needles in kind of like the intended order, but there is another route that does them in a different order. It saves the Steel Macarilla needle for second to last. You always have to do the one in the temple last, so I say it does the Steel Macarilla needle last, but really it's, you know, second to last. But and that route's a lot safer. In fact, I probably shouldn't be doing that route, but this route's a lot cooler. It has a lot harder fights, so I think it's cooler to do in a marathon. Alright, here we get the first memento. Mementos are an item that either is going to do absolutely nothing for like most of the run, but then they'll be extremely instrumental in one of the later boss fights. But what the mementos actually do is if you die, they revive you with full health, which is really useful. However, you can't choose to not use them, aka they get used automatically when you die. So I'm going to be storing them with the item guy, so on the off chance that I guess I shouldn't say off chance based on how this one's going, so that when I die, I don't waste my memento. Oh, it's decent. So this is the longest scrolling text in the game, I'm pretty sure. I bumped my mic. Sorry. So here we get a cell phone that we can only receive calls from. Oh my god, I actually could have skipped that encounter, I think. That would have been really weird, because I've never done that before. So I'm going to do something pretty cool coming up. So I'm going to purposely back attack this barrel. Hopefully, if I can do it. No. The bro team is too close to the right for me to be able to do it. But the idea behind the strat is you back attack the barrel, which gets you a guaranteed runaway instead of failing the runaway twice like this. I get the rotten milk there, which may seem like an odd thing to do, but rotten milk is another item that actually transforms the longer you're on the overworld. It will transform into a yogurt after a while, which is a pretty good healing item. Here we get another sad scene where we hear about how sad our dad's life is. And we get something called the Courage Badge. I wonder what that could be. So I'm actually not going to take the train. It's slightly faster to just walk. Like 10 seconds faster, I think. This is the timing. Unless you get into an encounter. And then it's only like 2 seconds faster. Also, at this point, I'm high enough level that I can run through some of these enemies. I need to see something. Okay. So I think I'm going to take an extra fight in the mountains. Yeah, that sounds like the right thing to do. Because I need Boney to be a higher level than he is. Or else the Steel Megarilla fight is going to be a huge problem. Alright, don't forget to deposit the memento. I'm also going to deposit 2 pencil rockets. So here I'm going to activate the Mole Cricket Hole quest, which is how you get to the mountains, but I'm not actually going to go there yet. By doing things in this order, of activating the hole, doing the lab, and then going to the mountains, I will actually kind of like glitch out the game sequence a little bit. And it skips the Mr. Squeaks encounter, which is a normally required boss fight. Not really a boss fight, more like just a forced encounter. That's not the room I wanted to go into. That's also not the room I wanted to go into. It's after the elevator, not before. Come on, Brooke. So hey, Salsa's back and relevant in the game. Yeah, I forgot about that. Well, first there's this battle, which is a Force Loss battle. Back Lucas, please. Okay, that works, I guess. Don't do that. Back Lucas. Thank you. Alright, so there is reportedly ultimate chimera on the loose in the lab. And the ultimate chimera is actually an overworld hazard. If I run into it, I will die. So I need to be pretty careful not to do that. Thankfully, the ultimate chimera is pretty dumb. It can only move in straight lines. That being said, I am gonna save before I have to do this dodge. Just in case. I've only ever run into the ultimate chimera once in a run. But, you know, there's a second time for everything. There we go. Get a pork stew there, which is equal to about 100 HP healing item. And we're gonna dip into here to get another water gun, because those are just useful. So yeah, this part of the run is really stressful, not because of the ultimate chimera actually, but because the next boss is the scariest boss in the run. And it's not for another like 20 minutes. So you just kind of have to sit here and hope that it goes well, and you're just sitting through cutscenes. So yeah, Ultimate Chimera has a secret button on the back that if you press it, it stops, so Salsa the monkey comes in and saves the day. So we're actually gonna dip back into the lab because there's a few important things I need to do. First off, Salsa is actually in our party right now. So I can sell everything he has. And make a quick like 400 bucks. But second off, with Salsa in your party, you can get this item, which is the offense spray, which is equal to 3 offense up attacks. That's not the right way. Offense up spells, I should say. And also, this guy gives us a free enemy bufferizer. The enemy bufferizer is an item that will increase the enemy's stats, but also doubles actually the experience we get from an enemy. Also, I need to heal Lucas and Boney because they're at 1 HP. And this is the final time we see the dance in the rain. Here we meet our next Magypsy friend, Doria, who is housing our previous friend, Kumatora. So now Doria's needle is at the bottom of this pond, so we need to get that water into that pool over there. So we're gonna have to find out some way to do that. Thankfully, Dr. Andonuts, who if you played Earthbound you should recognize. He's in this game too. I wonder how that happened. He has some things to help us. Which one should I pick, chat? I'm not sure. Which one should I pick? This one looks okay. No, I'm gonna pick this game. There is only one that works, sadly. Rest in peace, the Bucket Brothers. Never seen in a speedrun. So here we're going to pull our first needle, which will get us PK Love Beta. Or PK4 Beta, if we want to get technical about it. Let me also get Doria's Memento. Part of why I was clearing my inventory is because you need to have one inventory space to get Doria's Memento in this cutscene. If you have a full inventory, you can still get it later. You just have to go out of your way to get it. I kind of messed up my item management a little bit, but things should be fine. I should be able to fix it later. So we're almost done with that big lull in the run I mentioned. Yeah, so if you don't have full inventory when a Mad Gypsy tries to get view a Memento, if you go back to their shell, it'll be there. Whatever, I'll take a back attack. That's kinda not good. Run, please. So Mole Cricket Hole has some of the tightest corridors in the run, so movement's pretty tricky. Also, we got a super scary boss fight coming up. This is the one I was alluding to. Remember 4 hours ago when we fought this Mole Cricket for the first time? Well, he's been leveling up. And it's time for the rematch. Oh, he got his 1 damage in. What a guy. Anyway, that was not actually the boss I was alluding to. So, after I get out of Mole Cricket Hole, I'm actually gonna kill a few enemies because I'm nervous about what level Boney is at. I am not confident in his ability to survive the first turn of the Steel Mech Gorilla fight. And the extra experience won't hurt Kumatora and Lucas either. I mean, it'll hurt my time, I guess, but I'm more concerned about just finishing. Anyway, there's a fast way to go through Market Hole. Is you go up here. Go up here, and then you just follow the path. I think casually they tell you to take every right turn, but that's a lot slower than the path I just took. Is that what it is? Okay. Maybe. Will this give Boney the level up? No, but he has to be really close. So normally I would not take these encounters, but I want the extra experience for Boney. Okay. Wait, did I really? I did not get Doria's memento. That's actually fine. You can miss one or two mementos and still be fine. It's annoying though, because I literally planned around getting it. Alright, so next boss fight is Steel Macarilla. It is a very scary boss fight. I'm actually gonna go save again now that I've cleared those cutscenes. Remember when this was like an actual speedrun? Alright, so for this Steel Macarilla fight, the main thing I want is a turn 1 outspeed by Kumatora. Because on my first turn I'm going to use offense down by Kumatora, and if he's not offense down when he does his first attack, he will kill 2 party members, which is really bad. So this is the hardest fight in the entire run, like I said. So I'm probably not going to be talking much. So part of the reason this fight's so annoying is because I need to hit a PK flash. So I did not get the Kumatora outspeed, and he killed 2 party members. So that's really unlucky. And my PK flash didn't work. That's fine. Alright, third try is not great. No. We're supposed to miss. Yeah, actually I have to reset that because I used my attack spray. Alright, well, I got the really unlucky first turn, so whatever. sucks. Oh, whatever. I can't let it get to me. That's part of running this game, is just not letting stuff get to you. So yeah, the reason I need to reset there is because when you die, you lose your attack buffs. So I would have had to set up all of Lucas's attack buffs again. Alright, this time I got the Kumatora outspeed, so this is already a better start. Wow, that's lucky. Alright. Please. There we go. No. Oh, I should equip the magic gloves on Kumatora, probably. Alright, well, this one's bad now. I got lucky that time too, and I still died. Because I'm just trash at this game. That helps. Of course, the one thing I didn't want to happen happened. That's fine, I can rescue Matura. Alright, now I'm all set up, so it's pretty likely that I'll win from here on out, but not completely guaranteed. I still have to be vigilant. Oh, that was spooky. So I can only use PK Thunder on this boss 2 times, or else he will short circuit and go berserk, and everything will be bad. If I use it more than 2 times, that is. You should be pretty close to dead. Unlucky. Yeah, it would have been nice if Kuma got the experience, but obviously I can't afford to reset over that. Alright, we made it through. Woo. This run can still go under estimate, but it has to be good from here on out. Which is a big ask for me. Alright, so now we're gonna do the Black Beanling farm. Black Beanling, like I mentioned earlier, is the metal slime type enemy of this game. I need to get rid of this too. It has a it has like a 2 to 5% chance of appearing on the screen. So I have to hope it just appears quickly. And then I'm going to use the bufferizer on it, which will double the experience it gives while also increasing its stats. And all of that will get me 32,000 experience, which will help me get enough levels for the rest of the run. Hopefully. In older routes we would fight 2 of these. In the current route we only fight 1. But yeah. So hopefully this goes well at least. Because this can take like 2 minutes, or it could take like 10. Plus. Nice. I'm glad I got to run for 2 seconds before my feverishness ran out. Just I need to heal so that I can kill the Black Beanling quickly. Alright, so now we pray for good RNG. Like I said, it has a small chance of appearing, under 5% chance. Though, honestly, 5% isn't that low. Like, this shouldn't take that long. famous last words. Gonna be one of those runs. Alright, that was my RNG minute pause. So I guess I should bring up RNG minute seriously at this point. If you're familiar with the Earthbound speedrun, that run does have RNG minute. In this game, RNG is more frame-based than it is in Earthbound. As in, like, every frame an enemy is moving on screen. For example, that Slitherhead, or that, I forget what that enemy's called, this guy. Whenever they're on screen, RNG rolls every frame. So unless you came up with a buffered setup, which I suppose isn't technically impossible, you'd also have to frame perfect mash past, there we go. You would also have to frame perfect mash past the title screen. You could manip a black beanling, in theory, maybe, but nobody's worked it out yet. Alright, come on. He reburrows. Eventually. Please? Am I standing on his spot? There we go. So I should one turn him. Yeah. And I will get 32,000 experience. Oh, I need to grab the bracelet there too. This is a new thing in the route. There's a secret bracelet here. I'm just grabbing that for money, but it's important. Alright, so I wasn't actually looking at my timer for how long that beanling grind took, but that felt like a little below average. Wasn't the absolute worst, but wasn't as quick as it could have been. 4 minutes about? Yeah, that sounds about right, which is a little worse than you want for one beanling. But, whatever. It's fine. Didn't take like 10 minutes. My, like, PB is like 15 minutes without a beanling. That was in practice, thankfully. Not in an actual run. Alright, so we're gonna finish up the mouse quest now. Remember that from like an hour ago? More actually, like an hour and a half ago. Alright, do not run into this NPC. Thank you. I always run into him, so I wanted to make sure that I didn't this time. Alright, so that's all the mice. So now we can go back to the Mama Mouse and get one of the most important items in the run, the Shield Snatcher. This will remove all shields from any enemy. It's pretty much necessary, like completely necessary for the Chapter 8 bosses. It also increases our happiness, or not happiness, our kindness stat. So if we were keeping track of what the kindness stat was at, I think we're at +2 now? But whatever, doesn't matter. I need to heal. Now we are going to everyone's favorite area. So we're getting to the part of Chapter 7 also where there's a lot of unavoidable encounters. Does Kumator have the bomb? Yes, she does. So with this strat, we can one-turn this fight, which is good. Because there's actually a high potential for someone dying if we don't one-turn it. So Duster's back. Ooh, now we got the whole gang together for real this time. Free healing item in this house. Here we get a free couple of life noodles, which is a really good item. Recovers party member with full HP. So this wall is too solid for wall staples, so we need the Mr. Saturns to make a Mr. Saturn ladder so that Duster can get up enough to the point where he can make wall staples. And I'm gonna buy one item here, which is the Recollection Bell, in case Facade does decide to... Oh, by the way, spoilers, Facade's gonna be here. He came back after we threw him off Thunder Tower. he can make us forget how to do special tactics. And that's really bad if that happens, so we need to be able to have a way to remember. Bad spawn. Now from here on out in Chapter 7, I started to say this earlier, but I got interrupted by myself. We're gonna start seeing a lot more encounters where we can't dodge at all, and we're gonna have to depend on good runaway luck. Oh, I didn't know that could happen. Thank you. I actually forgot to write a strat for that pig mask fight in my notes, so I kind of just attacked until they died. I should probably come up with an actual strat for that fight. Please run away here. Thank you. Bunny has shield snatcher. Alright, let's get a good new facade fight. This is another fight where the general strat is just chuck a bunch of pencils. Okay, that's fine. That's who we want him to use that on, actually. Or Boney would also have been fine. little nervous about Lucas's HP, but he also, he being Facade, should be dead pretty soon, because I've hit all my thunders. Yeah, when he eats the luxury banana, that means he's close. Alright, good fight. Alright, we're getting the run back on track, smiley face. I also forgot to deposit Lydia's memento, so that fight was a little scarier. I didn't want to say anything, but yeah. Now we get PK Love Gamma, which is a really good move. Very powerful. We'll do around 400 damage. Maybe like closer to 450. So this is a runaway you really want first try. Thank you. Because Miss Lava has PK Fire Gamma, which is like one of the most powerful attacks you can see at this point in the game. Unlucky. I tried to do a sneaky dodge. Alright, so hopefully we won't see that PK Fire Gamma. Alright, so the pigmasts are gonna blow up the entrance to prevent us from leaving. Oh, oops. Alright, cool. So we're gonna fly using birds. How fun. I have to wait for the hot spring to actually heal me before I talk to this Saturn. Now I can talk to him and trigger the coffee scene. Sorry for the typing. Alright, so now we're gonna fly using birds. And we get dropped in the ocean because the rope snake isn't strong enough. So this water area, the gimmick is that we move really slowly, and also we have an oxygen meter. So we need to refill our oxygen every once in a while, or else we'll drown and have to restart the entire area. Make a quick detour here to get the Virgo bracelet, which I'm not going to forget to give to Kumatora, and I'm not going to forget to equip. Fish, no. It should be fine. Some of the movement here has to be pretty tight because of the oxygen supply, but this is one where you can have a little bit of leeway. Okay, I thought I could... Whatever, that was silly. So my movement here has to be really tight because I grabbed this magic pudding, which is slightly out of the way. I'm fine. Oxygen also does not go down while you're in menus, so I can rely on that. Or when you're talking to the oxygen reply, or obviously in a battle. Basically, it only goes down when you have control of your character on the overworld. So now we're gonna go into this fight. You can skip the last oxygen tank by just going into the fight. This fight, a lot of people think is like a force loss fight, but it's actually not. You do have to deal a certain amount of damage to Master Eddie. We're off to a good start. That was a good miss. Come on, Kimatori, you gotta hit your thunders. You should die this turn. Alright, there we go. Alright, now it's time for the weirdest part of the game. We're gonna eat these funky mushrooms. And they fully recover us. That's awesome. There's nothing wrong with these mushrooms. So this magic pudding is actually important because it's the only glitch in the run. It's based on it. Oh, nice hit. Avoided the encounter. So by picking up this magic pudding, and then not picking up any other items on the way up here, the magic pudding will actually reappear on the visit back down. It's like a duplication glitch, I guess. Oh, don't you dare. Don't you dare. No, I've never been quad slipped in a run before. Well, first time for everything. Sometimes you can dodge this encounter, but you have to get pretty lucky with the spawns. Oh my god. How did I not get into an encounter there? Alright, so we're coming up on a pretty infamous boss fight. The Barrier Trio. There's a exploit to deal with these guys that makes them not nearly as bad as they are in a lot of people's casual playthroughs, which is that you keep lowering their if you keep lowering their defense, they will keep raising their defense instead of doing their powerful psychic attacks. That's good luck. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to do that. Whatever. Also, I didn't see who cast the, Okay, that's fine. That's less fine. Let's try Thunder. Bad luck. And by bad luck, I mean I should have been paying attention. Okay, that's workable. Barrier Dude, that's Thunder, that's better RNG. PK Fire is really not what you want to see. Get your gal, that's freeze. Okay, cool. Oh, Lucas is gonna die. That's unlucky. Shouldn't matter too much, though. Alright, pretty good fight. Sorry, this run kind of devolved into like a mess, both in terms of gameplay and commentary, but I just burned out after the first like 4 hours. Commentary is hard. Oh, come on. I'm gonna hit the hot spring on my way down, because I really don't want to die on the backtrack. Yo, old guy in the hot spring. That's hype. Bro. This segment, the backtrack on the island, is like where runaway encounters matter the most in the entire run, pretty much. So here's the magic pudding, that's the dupe glitch. Well, unlucky. Oh, thank you, Duster. That's very rare for that to happen. So here I'm going to do a cool thing. The game wants me to ride Ocho back to Tasmania, but instead I'm going to go into the sea again, because there's two important items on this screen that I did not pick up on the first time here, that I can pick up now. There is a magic pudding, or that's a magic tart. The other one's a magic pudding. Alright, and we are going to fight Negative Man, I can't forget. I have to check. Nope, okay. If there was a black beanling, I would have left. Oh, I thought I could run through this guy. Oops. Really? So I guess I should talk about needle skip. if you could get out of bounds on the previous screen that I was on and get on this screen, you would need to have all 4 characters. So you would need to get Kumatora and Duster, but you could skip all of Taintain Island. And fighting Steel Mecharilla. Anyway, this is where we have control of Boney. It's the only time in the game you have control of Boney. Thomas Charm. So killing this bird is actually in the route. Though, I forget if Negative Man gives experience, because if he does, then... God, I haven't been in this part of the game in forever. You never go here in a normal speedrun. I'm only going here to fight Negative Man. I can get an extra magic pudding, which is good. Alright, here he is. The man himself. Oh wow, he actually attacked. It's actually really rare for him to attack. Normally he just... What? 2 in a row? Come on, say your line. Thank you. And this is what you all donated for. Thank you for your donations. Oh wow, Duster killed him. Oh, he only gives 3 experience, that's do I want this? I guess not. Actually, I think I should just sell that promise charm. Alright. Wow, this one sucks. Alright, so we're coming up on the final, like, hard fight of the run. Honestly, this chapter 7 hasn't been too bad except Mech-Gorilla, which is just Mech-Gorilla. And then I took forever to go see Negative Man, but that was an incentive, so I don't feel that bad about it. So for this first fight with the pig mask before the actual boss fight, I'm just gonna have everyone chuck a pencil rocket. And that will end the fight. Good. Alright, wish me luck on this Masked Man fight. This fight's another big run killer. I would really like to be able to get a smoke bomb off with Duster, but it's a very low chance. It's like 30%. Where's my shield snatcher? Surely it's here. Of course. Of course. So on turn 3 he always does PK Love Gamma. Wait, I'm stupid. Why'd I double heal Lucas? It's fine. Actually, do I have... No. Thank you. Thank you. Alright, cool. Somehow I didn't die. I'm actually amazed I won that fight. I did have to use all my cup of life noodles though, which is not great. So here we're learning PK Love Omega and PK Starstorm, which are going to be basically our main way of dealing damage for the last bit of the run. So here you have to wait 30 seconds and then talk to the chauffeur again. Oh, too early. Alright, so now that we're in chapter 8, I am immediately going to withdraw my money. And go visit the weapon shop. I can sell Lucas's stick because I am never going to use it again. And actually also sell his bracelet. Let me make sure I do this right. So you can't run in the movie theater. Because that's rude. So this is where the game finally ties back to Earthbound. After being its own thing for pretty much the whole game. So again, I'm attacking these attack riches from behind so I can get the guaranteed run away and then use my iframes to run through these trash can monsters. And now we get a big exposition dump that I'm way too tired to explain myself. Alright. Going to go save. That's not what I meant to do. Though that freshman may actually come in handy. Gonna play it safe and just heal in the hot spring. I should probably have just used the freshman, but I might get owned right here. And this is the first of 4 bosses in this chapter, Miracle Facade. That might be bad. Yeah, that's bad. Yeah, I have to reset that because I didn't shield snatch. Because I'm a dummy. Thankfully I saved. Remember when I said this run was hard? Yeah. fine. Why did he outspeed? God. Okay, this time he outspeeds, of course. How did he not die? Thank you. Alright, so the rest of this game is going to take place in this tower, pretty much. And the DCMC exist, remember them? Alright, so now we're gonna go through a variety of wacky floors. So I need to pay attention to how much PP Kumatora has here. 198, that's not good. But it's workable. Alright, so, excuse me? How are you not dead? Please. Okay. So hopefully Kuma levels up from this. Yes. PP went up by 5. Okay, that puts her over 200. That's good. This route is really weird. Your PP requirements are really tight. So this is the bathroom dungeon. It is always set to be the same, thankfully. I almost ran into the men's room sign, which would have been really bad. That's actually a really scary enemy. It's the only enemy in the game other than Barrier Trio that knows PK Starstorm. And here we have a run-in with our favorite character, the Ultimate Chimera. But like last time, he can only run in a straight line. So the chance of getting caught by him is pretty low, especially since we just dip in and out of that room. Don't slip on the banana, thank you. There we get the final memento because, spoilers, Facade was the final Magypsy. So on this floor I'm gonna try and get a back attack on the K9000 because it's an enemy that, nice, turned around the frame I touched it. It doesn't move statically. It does move statically. So I can, in theory, always get back attacks on it. But I am not doing that very well right now. Dude. No, barely got clipped by it. Gonna be super conservative and take this heal. I'm also gonna pick up this bomb for safety. I should only need one more bomb for the run. or 2 more, and I have 2. But just in case, it'll give me some insurance on the final boss. This is kind of a callback to the first Mother game, the people in the test tubes. And now we get to play some mini games. Can't believe he hit 10 moles. What a guy. So basically the idea behind these minigames is you have to make Porky win by just a little bit. I'm gonna hit 9 moles. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Alright, so similar to the last one, I have to let Porky barely win. So I can run straight to the end. And then just wait. I actually failed the submit PB. Cool. I did it. Oops. I was meshing and I hit B. Alright, so this is probably the last, I think I said this about Masked Man, but this is kind of like the last real fight in the run. Natural Killer Cyborg, also a fan favorite song. That's really good RNG. I will need to heal Kumatora though, which is fine. Like, there's dedicated heal turns in this route. Actually, I don't want to do that. I'm gonna heal Lucas and do the saltwater gun. Okay. I should have made that decision quicker, but whatever. Gonna equip the DCMC boxers because we want Kuma to outspeed Duster, and there's no more electric attacks in the runs, so we don't have to worry about the rubber cape anymore. So for any Earthbound fans, here's your nostalgia trip. So this is the fight where we use mementos. Because these guys all have counters on them. It's a pretty interesting strat, to be honest. I would have liked to have had a bonus memento, but it's fine. Don't I have a secret herb? Okay, hold on. Now I need to do this. Yo, shoutouts to my boy the dogfish. Alright, so that's the fight. That fight's pretty much scripted. Yet somehow I died to it twice in my PB. If I hadn't died to that fight twice in my PB, I would have like a 642 or something. Instead, my PB is a 653. So, even if I first try Porky, I am gonna go a little overestimate. So, sorry about that. I might just end time at Porky. How about that? Oh yeah, remember Flint from like 6 hours ago? He's relevant again. Also, you would definitely die if an elevator crashed down like this. But, you know, that would be a bad ending. This run honestly isn't as bad as I'm like making it out to be. I'm just after the Steel Mecha stuff, I lost like a lot of my motivation, and I kind of like, what am I saying? Lost my energy to commentate. So apologies. Oh my god, I was paying attention. How was that a sneak attack? Whatever. Oh yeah, let's do this. Nice. He basically wasted a turn. Oh, I do have a saltwater gun, I didn't even notice. That's really. I have to hope this kills. Yes. Okay. I might die here though. How much EP do I have? Okay, cool. I have enough for a life up. Sorry, I win. Ooh, that was spooky. Alright, so all that's left is one battle that's basically a cutscene. So that was like basically the final boss. The final boss in terms of like actual fighting. So welcome to 18 minutes of defending. And healing. So I hope everyone enjoyed the run. It had some good parts, some bad parts, mostly bad parts. Actually gonna wait for my HP to scroll up just to be safe. So, I'm gonna be grinding this game, this category, both English and Japanese, basically for the rest of the month until my classes start on August 23rd. I'm gonna be going for probably sub 640 in English and sub 6 in Japanese. Like, if I can get both of those by the end of the month, I'll be super happy. That's like my goals right now. You can follow me on twitch.tv/BrookeSpeedruns. It's also my Twitter, if you're so inclined to follow me there. I did not mean to attack. That's fine. That's one of the few parts where you actually can attack. Yeah, shoutouts to Mermilio, who helped me come up with the current route that we're using, which is basically the route I did this run. This route is not really marathon safe, but I wanted to show it off because it has some cool fights in it. So yeah, this route we just came up with saves like 5 minutes over the old route that was used. So that's pretty cool. Aside from that, I stream a lot of Castlevania stuff on my Twitch. That's like what I'm mainly known for. I'm gonna be working on Order of Ecclesia once my classes start, so I can have run a speed game of those in 7 hours while I'm in classes. But I also really like Persona games. I'm gonna try and learn the Persona 4 Golden speedrun during my next semester as well. So yeah, if any of that interests you, you can follow me. Or don't. You know. I stream for fun. Still just like a for fun thing for me. So get ready on time pretty soon. In about like 2 to 3 minutes. Actually, I'm super curious. What happens if you put up a counter? I think does he use the shield killer here? Oh, okay. I guess you can damage him in this phase if you put up a counter. So time will end when I pull the final needle. It's close. Oh yeah, I don't think I ever said it explicitly, like on commentary, but the masked man was in fact Klaus. Your brother, if you remember from 7 hours ago, when that was happening. Alright. In like 5 seconds. And... time. Whew. GG. 10 minutes over estimate, which is about how much time I lost to the Steelmaker RRLAT stuff. So... makes sense. Yeah. I already said all of my, like, stuff during the final boss. So, I don't really have anything more to say other than thanks for having me. This is a great event. Great cause. Good luck with the rest of the marathon, everybody. See you later.
Hello everyone, thank you very much for all the donations, especially whoever donated that, like,